Good morning, everyone. Do want to welcome you to our third installment of Breakfast at the Hop, our penultimate installment here, as we are beginning to wrap up the second half of the series. But we've got a good one for you this morning. One Gaskin's never enough. We've got two of them with you this morning, joined by Emily Gaskin and IHRA Hall of Fame trainer Ernie Gaskin, as we're going to take a look at the two-year-old action. We've got our first baby race on track, getting ready for this fourth race qualifier. But Emily, always a special time of year. I know we have a lot of fun doing the series, and we're going to have a lot of fun this morning.
We certainly are. And as you said, bringing in Ernie Gaskin. Sorry, my mic's a little hot here. Trying to get it situated. There we go. Always working through the kinks. But again, want to take the time to thank everybody for joining us and tuning in. If you're tuning in from home, I want to welcome you to send us your questions. I know we're available on social media. If you've got any questions for trainer Ernie Gaskin, we will field those as they come in. So feel free to send us your questions on social media, as we said. And yeah, we're going to have some fun. Jacob, as you said, this is our favorite time of the year. Dad, I know that you oftentimes call it heartbreak season.
Well, it's definitely fess up time. There's no question about that. These babies is invested. There's a lot of people invested in them, and with the trainer and the owners and the people that take care of them, all of them, and they've spent the winter watching them develop. And this is crunch time. This is where you find out if they've got the stuff you're looking for or not. And it's great if you happen to catch one of those that are. It's a little heartbreaking if you if you catch some of those that aren't, especially if they're ones you like. But that's the process every year, and that's what we do as trainers, just process and refine. And now's where you find out.
Yeah, and we're going to find out quite a bit this morning. 14 qualifiers. I know we talked about it with Ron Burke last week. Everyone a little bit behind schedule just with the weather we've had this spring and early summer. It's been wet out there. It was a tough winter, a tough spring, tough start to summer. But we're starting to get to what kind of feels like summer around these parts. It's been very hot the last week or so. But we've got 14 qualifiers on tap. We're going to do coverage up until the 9th, and that second break around noon is where we'll cut off, because you got to hear me and Emily for 14 more races tonight at the end of this. But nonetheless, it's a cool time of year. We've got our first two-year-old overnight races. That started this week. We had fair circuit action last week. So getting to see these horses go from the baby races to under the lights can be a different world, even from the qualifiers to those first per-mutual starts, because everything kind of changes for these horses when they do get under the lights for the first time.
Yeah, and as you said, it can get a little different. Just as you said, it's like going from preschool to kindergarten, and so it can certainly change. Just from a spectator standpoint, it's really cool to see when you watch these horses in the qualifiers and just watch them develop their skills and their talent. And really watch that develop. Jacob, I know we'll oftentimes talk about it, watching these horses in June go all the way through October and just watch the professionals that are created. But we're getting ready to kick off the first race in the first two-year-old race. And just quickly, Jacob, we've got some nice trotters in here, a nice group, a little bit of everything. We see Swan for All, you do. A couple in here that, really look like they've got some pedigree behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly the case for the two. Brookview Gold, this one a full brother to Brookview Bolt, over $700,000, trained and driven by Mike McCall, son of Swan for All. She's hit with both Swan for All she's had. The other one, Brookview Darius, who made over $250,000 as well. So one to keep an eye on here, a $70,000 yearling buy. That's post number 2.
Yeah, and the 3 is Majestic Blast. This is a you do colt from the Tabby DeLong barn. This is a brother to What a Swan, who made $550,000. Took a mark of 150 and 3, and Swanya, who we've recently watched in Indiana Sire Stakes action. So looking forward to watching that one. I know Meadowbrook Duke out of the Indiana Sire Stakes mare Foxy Swan.
Yeah, you guys know this family well. You had the first foal from her, Meadowbrook Mark, made over $100,000, and you also have the likes of another that's going to be Tarzan. Of course, we saw in Indiana Sire Stakes the other night. It's a good family on the 4, another Mike McAuliffe trainee.
And I want to welcome Michael Chamberlain and thank him for joining us to call the baby races, Breakfast with the Babies. It's always a nice addition, though maybe not as exciting as the racing action, but does a great job. And, of course, I want to thank him for joining us. So we'll send it up to him for the first call, first two-year-old baby race of the day.
First baby race of the morning, going to go to the one Bluebird Atomic. Robert Taylor trains and drives a well-bred son of Swan for All out of a Muscle Hill mare across that has been highly sought after in this state now for a number of years. Looked the part, put right on the engine. Going to trot home in 29-1 at the end of it, and looked well in hand for trainer driver Robert Taylor.
Yeah, as you said, that cross is one that has been highly sought after, and we talked about it the last time I was with on Jacob. Just the upgrade that we've seen from the mares' perspective. The breeders have done a great job of going in and finding those kind of outcross mares, and Muscle Hill being one of those. So great to see some of that strong trotting power. And I know you can talk about it from a sales perspective. We've really seen an upgrade, at least in the mare department, just in the last number of years.
Yeah, you got to give the breeders credit when they sell a couple of yearlings and do okay. Of course, it's about how many they sell in their average. But if they have a good year, they usually don't go buy a new car. They go upgrade their mares, and so God bless them. They're as responsible for anybody as for where the program is today, because trainers are only as good as the horses they process. So hats off to the breeders. And here you go. That's a classic example of Muscle Hill mares. How many Muscle Hill mares have we been able to scrounge and get them residing in the state of Indiana because their genetics are, going to take us up and up and up. So, yeah, good move. And it looked to me like, maybe this colt, for whatever reason, only sold 14,000. Daryl or the people that were invested in him had more faith in him, and they stuck with him. And here you go. This is about the reward.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about that, Jacob, but it's not something that we oftentimes see on the standardbred side of things as much as you see on a breeder's perspective. But I know we talked a little bit about it last time I was here, is that kind of that pin hooking department. I know Ricky McCumber Jr. Has had a few yearlings or 2-year-olds rather, not yearlings, 2-year-olds that looked well. And I believe Ron Burke purchased one, and we watched her go on and do well in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes, as I understand. So it's something you certainly see, maybe not as often, but as you said, Dad, these breeders, they put so much time and money and investment into these horses, and not willing to settle for a short price and willing to hold on and maybe take a risk with these horses.
Yeah, and I like to see this, especially with a guy like Daryl, who does such a great job at Bluebird Meadows. He puts a lot of work into those yearlings, and obviously this one, well-bred, didn't come up for the right price, so they're going to hang on to this one, and they might have a real racehorse in the spot. Certainly in good hands with Robert Taylor if they do elect to hang on to him. But yeah, you see that quite a bit, and I know this Indiana program kind of known for that. Obviously, Ron Burke plucked. It was the Eternal Blush, and she went on to win Monday in Kentucky Sire Stakes. They bought her after one qualifier. Of course, obviously, Ron has a good connection there. It was trained by Ricky McCumber Jr. Ricky and Jamie McCumber worked for Ron Burke for a number of years, so we obviously got good intel on Eternal Blush, and it paid off because she looks like the real deal. And Frank Baldacchino, he's made a good living here in Indiana, kind of keeping an eye on these babies that pop up here and there, and he'll jump all in.
I got to give a shout out to, I think he's our number one customer fan as far as the show's concerned. He's always texting me, telling me we're doing a good job. So shout out to our number one fan. That's Frank Baldacchino. He tunes into Breakfast with the Babies, and we appreciate it. Appreciate his support. As you said, he's one of those guys that, as you said, you talk about Hall of Fame. He's had a few of those champs in the state of Indiana, and the likes of course, Go On BB, Hannelore Hanover, Stream, just success after success after success. So true believer in the Indiana program, and as you said, great to see him have success as well.
Yeah, the mayor of Indiana. That's what Ron Burke called him on the show last week, and then that's certainly the case. But yeah, I think the quality of mares, that's what's really stepped up the program. The quality of stallions as well. We obviously made a big jump in the early 2010s when we got quite a bit of influx of money in this Indiana program. Then we got Always Virgin. That led to Rockin' Image. JK and Venera Tell it like it is on the pacing side. Swan for All, the ultimate game changer on the trotting side of things. So this Indiana program, it's been a total transformation. We've come a long ways from the days of Dakota Spur and Electric Yankee out there. It's a little bit different animal we're breeding these days.
Yeah, well, that's one of the attractions for sure. When you attract people like Frank Baldacchino and Mark Weaver and people like that are, just they really pay attention. They love the industry. They notice a good program and a good investment as far as training horses, the cost of and what you're racing for. And then, of course, the percentage of horses that get some of that money. Indiana is a solid, great program. So when you're attracting Frank and people like that, owners like that, you know, you got to be proud of your program. So, and forever thanking them for recognizing it and investing in Indiana.
Yeah, and they do such a great job of taking these horses and giving them the chance on the big stage, right? Like we see MM's Dream and the likes, and of course, don't need to talk about the accolades of Hanover and the likes, but it's just great to see these Indiana sired horses get the chance to go on to the big stage and face those real horses as well.
That's a great point too, Emily. Another credit for Frank and Ronnie is that they literally took the Indiana breds out on the national level. They're really the only ones that would have done that. So they've done a lot for the breed of Indiana, proving, the handlers and those special ones that Ronnie's had that, that need no questioning whatsoever. They're just at the very top of the level. And they're from Indiana breds, always be Mickey, blah, 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 blah. So we've had them. But thank God for guys like Ronnie and Frank that had faith in them and took them to the right place.
That's right. That's exactly right. Jacob, you mentioned a little bit about the sires, and I wanted to. I think you always have a good perspective of this. That is the the difference between the discrepancy between the trotters and the pacing stallions. Swan for All has been so dominant on the trotting side of things. We've seen a little more variety on the pacing side of things, but as far as the trotting stallions are concerned. Of course, Swan for All is pretty much, king of all kings, at least right now. But we've really seen some of these other sires come in, you do's, don't let them's, and the likes, and they've had success. But there is quite a bit of discrepancy on the trotting side of things as far as the success of a trotting stallion.
Yeah, you got to give it up to Swan for All himself, and to Victory Hill to keep those mares coming. And, God bless, he's a little bit of freak of nature. He just keeps producing. So that's there you go. That's fantastic for Indiana, and it's fantastic for the breeders. Now, granted, he breeds 125 mares or something, and there's 60, 80 foals, and they're not all out here great. But as a sire, as far as percentage goes, and then repeat performance, and then also to have some at the level that he's had nationally, wow, great sire.
Yeah, it's been really a different world. I mean, Swan for All, he's taken some big challenges. I know Help is on the way, came out lights out with that first crop. You said more depth with You Do, Don't Let Him. Dover Dan's been rock solid for a number of years. I know Ron Burke has his eye on Temporal Hanover and Rebuff. Those are two new ones to the Indiana program. I believe their first crop is going to sell next year as yearlings, but it's been positive reviews there. So it's going to be interesting. He's been at it for a long time now, but just continues to produce. March 7, the Sire Stakes champion from a year ago. She came back and won Indiana Sire Stakes this year, and he really is just the king of the hill. And I think that's really the cool thing. And I just wanted to go back too on kind of the draws to the Indiana program. I think the really cool thing is you don't have to spend an arm and a leg, ridiculous prices for these yearlings, and you can make a lot of money without having to leave the state of Indiana. I think that's the cool thing. At 2 and 3, if you have one of the top end horses, you can stay here all year long, rack up a couple $100,000, and then at 4 and 5 with a Hanover MM Stream, then you can leave the program, go take on the very best of the best. And Ron Burke's obviously mastered that with the horses he's had, but I think that's the cool thing. The draw to the program is reasonably priced yearlings. March 7, she was like a $7,500 yearling buy. Same thing with Miracle Maven, horses like that, but they go on to do really big things.
Rock and Mudslinger last night, we talked about $4,000. Those are the ones that always come back and haunt us, as you said. And Dad, I won't bring up Chandler Bing. I promise that I won't. Jacob and I spent a good 20 minutes being sour about it last night. One of those yearlings that I absolutely loved at the sale and watching him win every week. But to reiterate what Jacob said, and I know you and I oftentimes talk about this, that's the beauty of it, right? That's the dream. You talk about this time of year. It's heartbreak season, but it's also the dream season. The fact that you could go down there, spend $4,000 or $5,000, and you could have the champ if you so choose to do so. And that's, I think, as Jacob said, one of the huge draws of the Indiana program.
Well, we only have so many that we sell, and there are always great deals within there. And I will say that I think our mares have improved so much that, the money's really starting to follow the genetics more now. But there are still those mudslingers, those Jammin' Joshuas there, that for whatever reason the other people didn't want, and they have a heart of a champion. And yeah, that's the sell. That's the that's what you're looking for when you're a part of a horse like that. It's you'll never forget it, and you'll always want it more. So
That's right. Jump right back in and get more. But talking about the sale and things like that, obviously, the price of yearlings has gone up. The averages have gone up, and but there's still an opportunity, as you said, to dig one out of there.
oh, for sure, the price has got to go up for the breeders. Everything else is going up. The breeders got to make money at it. I mean, the water seeks its own level. They can't bring yearlings down there and give them away. So we've got a really nice balance, I think, right now. If you've got a nice horse with some pedigree, I think he'll sell well down there. But there's still the deal or two to be found. You got to scrub the deck. You got to get down in there and look. And if he scores well for you and like him and he falls in your price range, your dream has just started. So that's what we sell. We sell dreams, equine horse dreams. And for the people that are involved in it, you're sick.
We are sick.
Absolutely. And as much as we love the breeders who have ones in the sale, I'm also a sucker for the homebreds. But
Yeah.
Indiana, a cool place where you still have some folks that just have a couple mares at home. They're opting to do it themselves. We had Rotten Tail in Indiana Sire Stakes last night.
That's
just
right.
a small little homebred there. And Indiana, still a state where the little guy can do some big things in the state. And there aren't many of those programs around, but Indiana's still hanging on to that. That's kind of what we were built on. And I love to see the little guys with those little homebreds still being able to do some damage out there.
Yeah, as you said, it is still a place where that dream is still alive as well. And as much as we talk about the big operations like Burke, we're fortunate to have, as you said, the professionalism and kind of the draw of the big stables. But it's still a place, as you said, that you can take your mare, take her and breed her to Rock an Image, and as you said, be competing in the Sire Stakes a few years later. So that is something that, like you said, I think Indiana kind of hangs its hat on. And something not only talking about here at the big track, but also the fair circuit, where there's plenty of opportunity to kind of reach in and find your spot for your horse.
Yeah, the fair's near and dear to my heart. That's where I spent pretty much all my summers growing up. And there are a lot of people that do a lot of good work on the fair circuit. Doug Rideout's one of them. He's kind of got it mastered. He has a big operation on the fair circuit, and he's kind of the king of the fairs. But a lot of guys that maybe they just have a couple horses, maybe they're even doing it on the side. The fairs are where they kind of make their mark. And it's a cool thing. It's a big accomplishment when you can get into that $25,000 fair final. You have to earn points all year long. But you also see a lot of really good horses come from that fair program and go on to do great things. You got Sweet and Speedy checking out horses that were fair champions last year. You now see them in Sire Stakes and likes here. So, that's a cool thing that the Indiana program is still very, very loyal to the fairs.
Yeah, the fair program has always been our minor league program. It's a place to process some horses that may not quite be Sire Stakes good, but they're going to make some money for the owners, the investors. And then also out of there come some horses that weren't ready to tear up the world quite as two, but they turn out to be really nice 3 and even better aged horses. So once again, it's the process. You were talking about Indiana being a great place, and that'd be correct. Indiana's been a great place for proving grounds for young trainers and some young drivers. For instance, Robert Taylor. I mean, there's a young trainer that came here to Indiana that is as good with trotters as you're ever going to find, and one of the nicest gentlemen I've ever had to work with. So we've been really fortunate in the fact that we've got some good young drivers coming up. Kyle Wilfong was developed right here on our own.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and claim him. I know that he probably thinks that he's an Illinois guy, but we just go ahead. We're just going to go ahead and just pull him right over to the Hoosier State.
No, we've had some. This program's got a lot of great assets to it, and that's one of them. We've got some great young trainers: Jay Hostetler, Robert Taylor. We've got some great young kids coming up here that really pay attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we're going to kick it off. We took a break for warm-ups, but looks like I believe, Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong, 5th race is on the track. They're kind of rounding them up right now. And we're talking about Jay Hostetler and Kyle Wolfong, and they've got the one in here. The dam of this one, this is a 2-year-old filly by Help Is On The Way, who we talked about, has had quite a bit of success in the state of Indiana. But the dam is a half sister to the great Cadabra, who the Hostetlers have have obviously had quite a bit of success with. This one's a homebred daughter. This is her first foal. Lady Rapidash, as I said, is a sister to the great Cadabra. So this one, a homebred through and through. Probably, some sweet memories here for Jay Hostetler. But again, a 2-year-old filly by Help Is on the Way, Kyle Wolfong in the bike.
Number 2 in the spot, that's going to be an Ohio-bred daughter of Long Tom, the 2 Proxy's Photo, Luane Miller and Anthony Schwartzentruber teaming up here. This is going to be the 7th foal from an SJ's Photo mare that made over $160,000. PJ's Photo, she took a mark of 154, and then she has also produced the likes of St. Francis Irene, who made over 6 figures as well. And we saw the Ohio-breds do some damage in the qualifiers last weekend. They've got a great program as well, and Long Tom has certainly contributed a lot to that on the trotting side.
Yeah, and we're going to stay right on the Ohio course there, because the 3 is a Volstead filly out of a Lucky Chucky mare who made $204,000. She took a mark of 55-1. This is her first foal. This was a $22,000 yearling purchase bred by Vernon Miller of Ohio. Bet the House, St. Petersburg, Florida. Mike McAuliffe trains and drives.
The 4 Catch Me Kaya going to be her first qualifier, but she does have 2 starts on the fair circuit. One of those right here at Hoosier Park. Just trying to get a clean line on her. This daughter of You Know You Do. She's out of a Cash Hall mare, Celia Hall, that made over $160,000. And Catch Me Kaya, half sister to the likes of Smile High Jesse, over $100,000, as well as Sun After Storm, over $110,000.
The 5 is arguably one of the best bred fillies on the program today. This is a 2-year-old filly by Dover Dan, whom we earlier talked about. But this one out of the great mare Consolidator, who was a triumphant caviar mare. She made just a cool $570,000. Took a mark of 153-2. She was the Ohio Sire Stakes champion. This is her 4th foal, but this is the half sister to Yo Tilly, who has had quite a bit of success. 152-3, $325,000. So again, this is her Consolidator's 4th foal. She was a $97,500 yearling purchase. Summit Pacing Acres, going to be Summit Trotting Acres here for Dancinator. John DeLong in the bike for Byron Hooley.
Speaking of things that make this Indiana program great, a little different pedigree on the 6, Tiffy's Delight. This one is Swan and a Million out of a Keep It a Secret mare, Tiffy. She made over $60,000. It's going to be the 4th living foal from that mare. Looking for her first good one here. This one has a few starts on the fair circuit. Qualified last week, added trotting hobbles, and going to have Logan Loney in the bike for trainer Rocky Loney.
And we spent a decent amount of time talking about Indiana program and getting to this point, but talking about young trotters and things like that. And I believe we talked to you about it last year. And Jacob talked a little bit to Ron Burke, but we see a little bit of everything in this particular qualifier. We see some starting for the first time, a few like the 5. She's had 2. She had a start on the fair circuit, made a break, came here to the big track and made a break as well. So she's going to need a flat line, which is the case with a few of these. But talk to us a little bit about what we're looking for here in the first qualifier, or sometimes second and third tries for some of these young trotters.
Well, Summit Pacing Acres got 97,000, and this one certainly is looking for one thing. And then the homebred, they may be looking for something else. And then the $9,500 one, they're just happy to get get what they're getting.
That's right.
Is that perspective? So you've got a real swath of differences in this race. That's for darn sure. But we're all looking for the same thing. You process this horse. Doesn't matter who he's by, where he come from, or how much he cost. You're going to find out if he's got any ability. And the 2-year-old trotters are the toughest challenged, balance, equipment, keeping them sound.
You're a trotter guy. I'm not a trotter gal, just for that exact reason. 2, I'm an anxious person by nature. And so you pair that with a young trotter, and it's just not a good combination. But you're a trotter guy. You love a good trotter. And you love a good challenge.
I bought my first one last fall. I really enjoyed the process. It's a different world from the paces. They're looking for different things other than just flat speed out there. I was a pacer guy. I bought my first couple were paces. I had to change something up, so I switched skates. So I've really enjoyed the process with the trotter. I know mine's going to qualify next Wednesday. I'm looking forward to that.
Not Saturday. I'm gonna call Marty and ask if we can do Saturday, so we can get the mic on you while your 2-year-old's making his debut.
He's in the 14th tonight, so I don't think he was looking forward to being here bright and early this morning like I was.
Again, we've got a nice group of young trotters, 2-year-old fillies, actually all young fillies here. Doesn't oftentimes work out that way, but we've got a field of 6, again, young trotting fillies. some making their first starts here as they get ready behind the gate. We'll send it up to Michael Chamberlain, who I believe is here. We thought we saw him, but believe he's here and the mic is on. So we'll send it up to him for the call.
Yes, I am, Emily, and thank you for the very nice words earlier. I know you guys didn't hear me, but we do have a scratch here of the 6 Tiffy's Delight. So just a field of 5 going postward, and here they come. They are up. And away well. Proxy's Photo at the inside. Going off stride is Dancinator. Dancinator went on a break at the start. Also off stride is Ruby's Creme Brulee. Moving up now is Catch Me Kaya, and Catch Me Kaya has taken the lead. Proxy's Photo is second, and then Lady Derby racing third. After the break at the start, Dancinator is now moving up to take fourth, and Ruby's Creme Brulee is also back on stride, but trails in fifth. 31-4 for the opening quarter. To the backstretch they go, and it is Catch Me Kaya who is in front, has it by 2 lengths. Next second is Proxy's Photo. 4 more to Lady Derby, and then about 10 off to the last 2, Dancinator and Ruby's Creme Brulee. As they come to the half mile, the field's starting to separate a little bit, and Catch Me Kaya is in front here by 2.5. Proxy's Photo is second, and now it's 4 back to third, and Lady Derby. 1 minute and 2 for the opening half mile, and they're moving on to the second turn with Catch Me Kaya still up top. Proxy's Photo is second, 3 back to Lady Derby in third, and it's about another 10 off to Dancinator, and Ruby's Creme Brulee is still fifth and last. As they come to the top of the stretch, it is Catch Me Kaya. Now to the outside, Proxy's Photo, and Proxy's Photo is going to try to challenge this leader through 3/4 and 1:33 2. Catch Me Kaya still in front. Proxy's Photo settles in second once again, and then Lady Derby is third. It is Catch Me Kaya who leads into the final 8th. Catch Me Kaya by 2.5. Proxy's Photo second, and then Lady Derby, but it is Catch Me Kaya, and Catch Me Kaya has won. Proxy's Photo finishes second, then Lady Derby and Ruby's Creme Brulee. Time for the mile, 2:02 and 3.
You know, every race throughout the season is watching the progression of the baby.
That's right.
Just the way, the different way they handle them, they stay a lot wider in the turns. And then as the season goes on and you get later on and they learn, they get tired again.
2:02 and 3. Catch Me Kaya. She got a clean line on her this morning, and she showed she's got some trot for trainer driver Doug Rideout. Again, this morning was all about just getting that clean line. She kept her mind on the task at hand this morning and looked very good out there doing it.
She did. New lifetime mark for this young filly by You Know You Do. Is my mic working? Can you hear me? I hope I'm not just talking, but yes, a nice new lifetime mark. She stayed flat for trainer driver Doug Rideout. And we were talking to Dean Gillette off the air, and brought up a good point. It's just so great to see just the progression of these young horses. And as he was talking about, first couple qualifiers, we handle them pretty gingerly, but by the time we get down into September and October, these things turn into real professionals by the time you get 9 and 10 starts into them.
Well, obviously, this filly had some issues, and it takes somebody like Doug, who again is another Hall of Fame trainer in his own right, that does unbelievable with trotters, him and Julie, and he got her figured out, man. And that's his job. That's what he does, and that's why he's good at what he does. And so that's a nice filly. And so here you go for 9,500. Looks like she's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too with You Know You Do. I think people are maybe a little bit slow to start on You Know You Do, but obviously had Gruesome Twosome last year, had an incredible year, and that got a lot of folks' attention at the yearling sale last year. When you have a horse like Gruesome Twosome, I know I was looking pretty hard at the You Know You Do's. Took a look at Catch Me Kaya as well. Obviously comes from a good family, 2 6-figure earners in that pedigree line, so plenty to like here going forward for Catch Me Kaya. And as Ernie said, a guy like Doug Rideout's going to get to the bottom of her. and she can turn into a real racehorse from here on out.
Yeah, and as you said, to one of those guys that kind of goes from the fair circuit to the big races as well, and does such a great job teaching these young horses and kind of getting that education. And we talked a little bit about it earlier, and Jacob mentioned it. The fact that a lot of these Indiana sired horses, go on and do great things as a racehorse because of the fact that they're kind of protected as a 2-year-old. They're not they're not out there, week in and week out, grueling those big miles. And the Indiana program does such a great job, as we talked about. You can make a lot of money here and not have to leave the state, and still have a decent horse to show for it after the end of their 2-year-old year.
Yeah, that's the diversity of the program is part of the attractment. That's for sure. There's a place for everybody if you can get there and do a little bit of good. There's usually a place for everybody, and the Hoosier Park does a great job with that. Scheduling different non-winners, mini series, ISS stuff. You've had the fairs. There's always a place for you if you make it. That's for darn sure, and that's part of why people stay invested in it.
And Ernie, I want to get your thoughts too. This was a question I asked Ron Burke, and he was completely honest about it. I asked, how do you manage a 2-year-old schedule, trying to kind of balance where you're going to put them, get your money's worth our 2-year-old year, while also wanting to have a horse that you're going to shut down at the end of the year that you can still build on for next year. And his honest opinion for the Burke barn was, well, if they make enough their 2-year-old year, you really don't have to worry about it from there on out. For smaller operations, maybe a little different outlook. You want a horse you can have for a number of years. So how do you kind of balance racing the 2-year-old hard, getting some money their 2-year-old year, but also making sure that you've got some foundation for the next year?
Well, in representation as a professional trainer, if you're processing a horse for somebody else, there's 2 ways to go. One is to be ready, and the other is to play catch up. And to be ready, you got to know when that day is. You got to be ready, and then go backwards through the calendar. And whatever your schedule is, and there's some different ones. Ronnie has adopted it over time from some other great horsemen, and he's perfected it. And so he knows those schedules, when that yearling has to start, when he has to train, what he wants to do, and how to prep him. And so the schedules are easy. Now, if you own a piece of the horse or you bred him and you've decided that for whatever reason you want to take your time with him, that's a great choice, because there's plenty of places to come into re-entry, like we said, with some different level series a little later in the season. If you're one of those people that just doesn't want to drill your 2-year-old or put him to the test, because once you get out there on the end of the dock for the sire stakes, you got to throw them in the lake, baby. That's just how it goes. So, A or B, whatever you want to do. But the scheduling part of it's fairly easy. And when I go to the sale and buy one, I'm just naturally assuming he's a world champion.
Amen.
And so I'm gonna put him on that schedule to kick everybody's butt until I find out different. And hey, that's the process. So the owners, the investors, your partners, you're on schedule to do well if he's good enough to do that.
Yeah, and shout out to the owners too, because you talk about that, and I know you oftentimes talk about this. He tells me this all the time. He's the trainer, and it's his job to process the yearling, and he can't make it the horse. I mean, if he is what he is, and so he'll oftentimes call me and a lot of times give me bad news, and but he says, hey, that's on the horse, and shout out to the owners, because you answer the phone call every time your trainer calls, and you're not sure if he's going to tell you, well, we live to see another day, or just not going to cut it. And like you said, it kind of takes the pressure off you, because they are what they are, and they're going to be what they're going to be.
If you can get them there, and everyone can see whether they have some talent or not, but if they've got some stress or some problems, that's another issue. Then the team's got to get together and decide the risk and what to do with a 2-year-old. And that's crunch time breaking dreams right there. I mean, your partners or your owners or whatever, you as a professional, you got to step in and say, hey, this is the best thing we need to do for this horse right now, even though we were right at the edge of doing what we wanted to do, is to protect them and maybe not race them that much at 2. So.
And we talked to Jacob a little bit about we see homebreds, we see horses at the yearling. So we got a little bit of everything in this 6th race. We're going to kick it off with an Ivanhoe Blue Chip, a homebred daughter for Don Schwartzentruber. This one out of an ABC Garland mare. So this is Indiana through and through. This one a full sister to the Great Unknown, who made 310,000 and took a mark of 152. And she's had a qualifier here at Hoosier Park, a decent qualifier, finished fourth, 2, 6, and 1, going for her second attempt here today.
And speaking of that mix, the two, that's Rocket of Love. This is a 2-year-old daughter of Propulsion, of course, North American bred trotter, but more well known for what he did over in Europe. That being said, it bred some mares here in North America, and this one's going to be the 7th foal from a Donato Hanover mare that made over $60,000. I'm a big fan of the Donato Hanover mares. Maybe a little lackluster as a stallion himself compared to what he was on the racetrack, but as a broodmare sire, are really doing some great work.
I think the same for Muscle Mass. He's been a great broodmare sire as well. This one, the 3, is a 2-year-old filly from the Walter Haynes Jr. outfit, a 2-year-old filly by Swan for All. She has had a start on the fair circuit, unsuccessful there, finished 5th, but made a break, and then came back and raced here at Hoosier Park, also made a break. So she's looking for a flat line. But this one in the first foal, the dam made almost 50,000. As I said, she's a Muscle Mass mare. This is her first foal. This was a $16,000 yearling purchase and bred by Ernie Lambright.
Illinois bred daughter of Southwind Chrome, number 4, Easy Weezy. Of course, we remember Southwind Chrome around these parts. He was in the Jeff Cullifer barn, a world champion for trainer Jeff Cullifer, now standing at stud. We see his sister race week in, week out from the Cullifer barn, Southwind Cherry. I'm glad that came to me because I was worried when I got myself out on that ledge there. But Easy Weezy, 9th foal from an Angus Hall mare. She's had 2 6-figure earners, credit to the limit, and then Fire Inside My Veins. They made over $150,000. One start on the Illinois Fair Circuit, unfortunately went off stride at Springfield, so now trying to get a clean line here.
The 5 is a $50 bill filly, 2-year-old filly, homebred, again for John Bernard, for Louis Quevedo, out of a Jailhouse Jessie mare, Jessie's Potion. This is a full sister to Gimme 50. Who's also a $50 bill. As I said, she made $9,000. This young filly has had a start. She took a mark of 202 and 1 in a qualifier here at Hoosier Park, then came back, raced, and made a break in her first start. So she's back to try again. Again, a homebred daughter of $50 bill.
The 6th, an Ohio bred daughter of Long Tom. It's going to be the 4th foal from a Groton Hall mare that made over $170,000. Took a mark of 155 and 1, passing with the size. She's a full sister to Sister Charlie, who made over $80,000 on the Ohio circuit. 2 fair starts over in Ohio, 4 passing with the side. Did finish 4th at Paulding, then went off stride in her last at Ottawa. But Anthony Miller going to be doing the driving, son of Devon Miller, who's been a longtime owner in this Indiana program.
Yeah, as you said, so we see a little bit of everything, homebreds, and also a few sale horses as well. So a nice group of 2-year-old trotting fillies set to go to post here. As you said, see a little bit of everything. And Ivanhoe Blue Chip, as I said, Swan for All, and then $50 bill as well. So looks like they are kind of rounding into form here, and we will send it up to Michael Chamberlain for the call. Mike is
2 changes here. The 2, Rocket of Love, is a scratch. And number 3, All Hands, the driver Marvin Luna. Horses now turning into the stretch. And here they come. They are off. It's a good start for Got 50. Easy Weezy up into second, followed by I'm a Mess. Then All Hands, and Passin' with a Sigh is the early trailer. The 5 make their move on to the turn, and Got 50 is in front and going off stride. Off stride on the turn was Easy Weezy. Also a breaker is All Hands. So they move on to the backstretch following a first quarter of 30 and 2. Got 50 is in front, and that lead is about 7. I'm a Mess is second, and then 10 more back to Passin' with a Sigh. Back on stride is Easy Weezy, and still a long, long way back to All Hands as they Now come to the half-mile pole, going by there in 1 minute and 3/5, 30-1 for the second quarter. And Got 50's got a big lead, about 8 lengths. I'm a Mess is racing second, and then another 8 back to Passin' with a Sigh third. Losing touch with the other 3 is Easy Wheezy, and All Hands is way out of it. Now coming into the stretch, and the leader is Got 50, and Got 50's in front by about 12. 3/4, 130-4, 30-1 for the third quarter, and it is Got 50. Got 50 in front by 12 lengths. Second is I'm a Mess, and then third, Passin' with a Sigh, but it is Got 50 who is all alone inside the final eighth of a mile, and Got 50 is going to storm home to a very easy victory. Second, I'm a Mess and Passin' with a Sigh. Passin' with a Sigh trying to get up for second here late. Passin' with a Sigh and I'm a Mess, and that is close for second. 1:59-4, the time for the mile for Got 50.
It's a big time qualifier from Got 50, 59-4. You get down sub 2 minutes for a 2-year-old qualifier this early in the game. You know you've got one that's pretty rock solid. Jordan Ross didn't move a muscle in the lane either. Did it all by herself. She was all by herself because 59-4, maybe a little bit more than the rest were ready for in this spot. So that was kind of a training mile for Got 50. And again, did it all on her own.
Yeah, and like you said, did it the right way. Ears up, looked like she was kind of all business there. So John Bernard has to be pretty excited about that. Of course, as we said, homebred daughter. He, of course, all the success with $50 bill. And that filly looked like a true professional out there in every sense of the word. And but it did kind of look like a 2-year-old trotting filly qualifier. They were all spread out. We saw some make a break in the first turn, and others, as you said, maybe a little more than they were ready for. But nice effort there, and she looks ready to drop right in the box.
Yeah, I want to give the 2 behind her some credit too. I'm a Mess, as well as Passin' with a Sigh. When they get lost like that and they see one trot away from them, it can be difficult, but they still just trotted their own mile behind the winner. I'm a Mess didn't do anything wrong. That had to be just what they were looking for. That was a nice step up from the 206 first qualifier. Probably tried in 203 and change out there. So a nice step up from I'm a Mess and Passin' with a Sigh to stay flat and finish a mile like she did. That's good encouragement from them as well. Maybe just looking for a more competitive spot next time they're in.
Yeah, as you said, and talking a little bit about that, the young 2-year-olds and kind of what you're looking for. Sometimes with trotters, you just want them to go out there and behave.
Well, for me, for sure, at this stage of the game. And, I think you get into the part, if they're natural and you've got them set up right and away they go, all is well. But if there's something not quite right with them, or they're bumping, interfering a little bit, the track's different, traction purposes, or even soundness, something bugging them a little bit, that's where your driver comes in. God bless those guys, John, Trace, Ricky. Those guys have done it forever, and they can really help you. And because they're going with the horse with the gas pedal right to the floor, and in racing situation, and they do things there that they didn't do training by themselves. So it's a process. This is the next step of getting them through it. Some of them run into some problems, just like Doug's filly was making breaks. He got her set. So that's what this is all about. And the good trainers and the good drivers will put their minds together and try to get these things squared away the best they can.
And I think that's kind of what I like about the trotting things. You can go a long way, especially early on in a 2-year-old year, just by being a professional out there and being able to stay flat. You can do a lot of damage. Speed comes into play more a little bit later on once they do kind of sort themselves out. But it can go a long way, again, June, July, August, just having a trotter that goes out, trots the entire mile. You can make some of that yearling buy money back up pretty quick.
Yeah, and you touched on it a little bit, and I just want you to reiterate it, how important these drivers are in the early stages of the game. And, you talked a little bit about these guys, putting in the time and coming out here and helping develop these young horses. But when you get the horse to this stage, the driver is sometimes just as important as the trainer, because as you said, you can train them all winter at home or at your farm track or wherever, but you bring them out here, they start doing things differently. You need a driver, you need somebody that's going to give you some input.
Yeah, that's it's totally the final quest to finish them up. If they're all set and they're out here, he's going to get off and say, gosh, they were perfect. If there's a little something wrong, he's going to try to help you find it or change it or fix it. And so that's the difference with 30 or 40% of these things is the final treatment of figuring out exactly what they need when they're doing it. And the driver is of utmost importance in that analyzation of your animal.
And we've got the seventh race on the track here. We see a little bit of everything here as well. A few making their first starts. We're going to kick it off with the Ghost Doctor, who is a $30,000 yearling purchase down at the Hoosier Classic yearling sale. This is a Don't Let 'Em colt. The dam was a winner of 78,000. This her first foal is Help Me Help You, who made 40,000, I believe, for Team Wren. She's an Andover Hall mare. This one was bred by Nathan Ray Lehman, and again, a $30,000 yearling purchase for Team McAuliffe, making his first qualifying debut.
One of my favorite yearlings last fall at the yearling sale.
Big white face, huh? A beautiful looking thing out on the track. I noticed that as soon as they trotted towards us, had a beautiful white face on them. I believe the Don't Let 'Ems have quite a bit of white. Is that right?
The 2 Spring Street, that's a Swan for all. Ricky McCumber Jr. has unleashed some power with these 2-year-olds early in the year. We saw Swiss Lights win earlier in the week in 154 and change. He looks to be the real deal from the McCumber barn, and he's got a well-bred son of Swan for all out of a Cantab Hall mare. And this one, the second foal to Brink Street, who made over $77,000 on Spring Street. He's coming off a third place effort out at Saratoga, shipping to the Midwest for owner Scott Monjone.
The 3 is Wiggins. There was a $60,000 Hoosier Classic yearling purchase for Team Qualifier. A 2-year-old gelding by Swan for all. This is the first foal of a mare who made 57,000 and trotted in 156 and 3. So we talk about that mare upgrade. This is a Yankee Glide mare. Again, her first foal, bred by Norman Bontrager, and this one's had a qualifier, finished second in 201 and 3. Trace Teacher, Jeff Qualifier, second time qualifier again for this young Swan for all gelding.
The 4 Brookview Gunner from the Harry Miller barn. Robert Taylor going to do the driving. He's son of Pilot Discretion. Pilot Discretion kind of goes under the radar in Indiana, but does a good job with the limited mares he's had to work with. And this one, we talked about Foxy Swan as a brood mare. This one is actually a half brother to Foxy Swan, the 9th foal from the vaporized mare, Fox Valley Click. 3 starts all on the fair circuit, coming here to get qualified for the first time this morning.
The 2-year-old, or the 5 rather, is a 2-year-old colt by Swan for all from the Robert Taylor contingent. It was an $18,000 yearling purchase, bred by Everyday Stable and Farron Miller. 2-year-old colt by Swan for all out of Olivia Deo, who is a Trixton mare. This is her first foal. She herself made 57,000 and trotted in 155 and 2. The dam is out of the great mare Blue Yonder, who made just under 200,000. So this one's got some pedigree behind him as well. And again, an $18,000 yearling purchase. Good looking Swan for all colt out on the track.
6, an Illinois bred son here, Especial, Irv Miller, Marcus Miller, a homebred from Geist Enterprise and Irv Miller stable, making his second qualifier. A son of Can't Afford It. I had to do some digging on this guy. Didn't know too much about him. He's actually from the same crop as you do. Had a good year as a 2-year-old, finished second and third at the Bluegrass and International Stallion Stakes. He's from the family of Moneymakers, so good pedigree on Can't Afford It. And the dam, all she does is produce Lima Simplicity. She's had 6 six-figure earners, including Anchors Away, Ezra, Somebody Special, Louisa's Legacy. So good pedigree here from an Irv Miller homebred.
Yeah, and Rocky Balboa, one of those longtime Indiana horses as well. The 7 is Be Cool Old Fool. This is a 2-year-old gutting by You Know You Do, a $13,000 yearling purchase from that Northern Indiana yearling sale. This is the third foal of a mare that made 40,000 and trotted in 157 and 1. Ira Steinberg owns Lyle Bontrager and Lamar Yoder bred, making his first start for Jared Finn in the bike.
So it's certainly a little bit of everything, as we just continue to say on the trotting side. In this one, they are starting to move into line. So I think we'll send things up to Michael for any changes for this qualifier, and then he'll give us the call.
Just one change for this qualifier. Brookview Gunner, number 4. The driver is Brad Ferguson. And the field is now approaching the stretch for this 7th qualifier. Field now in the stretch. Here they come. They are off. Away well, Especial to the outside, Wiggins to the inside, and between the pair, all for all. Off stride goes Brookview Gunner. Brookview Gunner on a break. With the field going on to the turn, the leader, Especial. Especial in front, with the field now on that turn. Second is Wiggins. All for all is next third. Parked on the outside, Be Cool Old Fool. The Ghost Doctor is inside there. And then Spring Street, and a long way back to Brookview Gunner. First quarter, 31 seconds. On the back stretch, and Wiggins moves up to take the lead. Wiggins now in front. Especial also being passed by All for All. All for All now into second. The Ghost Doctor is up on the outside third. Especial has dropped back to fourth. Next in fifth is Spring Street. About 10 back to Be Cool Old Fool. And well back to Brookview Gunner. Half mile, a minute and 32 seconds for the second quarter. Onto that second turn, and it is Wiggins in front with All for All second. The Ghost Doctor is third, followed by Spring Street, and then Especial. Coming to the top of the stretch, and it is Wiggins to the outside, the Ghost Doctor. Here comes the Ghost Doctor on the outside. 3/4, 134, and going on a break, All for All. All for All off stride at the top of the stretch. Wiggins is the leader. The Ghost Doctor next, and Spring Street is up on the outside with Especial fourth. It is Wiggins in front, coming down to the finish. Wiggins on the outside is Spring Street trying to close in. Wiggins is holding on, though. Spring Street second, and it is Wiggins to win. Spring Street was second. Especial beat out the Ghost Doctor for third. 2:03 the time.
Second qualifier for Wiggins, and he is going to get the job done here in 2:03. That second qualifier can go a long ways, and that was the case. Got caught on the engine last time out, but a very good effort. Well done finishing the mile tonight, home in 29 flat for that Trace Teacher, Jeff Colfer combination. Also, nice rally by the two, Spring Street. Another one from that Ricky McCumber Jr. barn. He took a nice step forward here. Seemed to like the Hoosier Park Oval and his first time over it this morning.
We have some time to talk about it. That first qualifier you kind of have to throw out, and then the second qualifier is really kind of where you gauge their performance. Would you agree with that? That the first qualifier is a little bit of anything, and then the second time is where you kind of see what you got.
Well, it certainly helps if you train here and you gate school here and you try to eliminate any spooks that they might see. But if you're like 80% of us and you come from off track, yeah, it's definitely. I get over here the first time. I don't even bring them over. I just throw them off the dock, come over and baby race, and I know the first time they're going to be deer in the headlights syndrome, and they're just not going to be, many of them aren't anyway. There's a few that just kind of prorate through it. Right. Yeah. So, but the first time for most of them is just happy to get around there with nothing happening.
That being said, there can also be such thing as maybe too relaxed when they get here
That's
for
right.
the first time. That's usually not a good sign either, when you wonder if they have a heartbeat out there, when they maybe handle things a little too well. You want them alert and on their toes, just controllable out there. And how much these first couple qualifiers, Ernie, is important to just not teach them bad habits as well. You obviously want them to finish the mile, do things right out there, but you also don't want them to pick up any bad habits, maybe get turned loose on the lead, maybe win a battle with their driver where they get revved up, because you're trying to lay some foundation for the season later on and trying to make some professional racehorses out here.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jacob. A good challenge for trainers is trying to manage that and how it happens. When these yearlings get in the heat of battle, be a qualifier, baby race, whatever, it's a heat of battle for them. That's what they do. It's hard to control that. And if you're a driver understands what you've been, how much you've been. Some of it, if you got time to tell them the horse's nuances or shortcomings, that helps. And so, yeah, you're right. Just getting them the first few times through it in a safe way, and so you can manage them and then kind of gauge their talent. That it's super important. Yeah, and you just don't want to overextend them. It's so easy to overextend them early, and if their capability, I call it their well of water, say they're 53 2-year-old, which sounds really nice, right? Well, what if in the third start you're in 53? Well, guess what? They're not going in 50. They reach their potential really early. So for me, I like to, if you could manage it and if I knew, but if you could bring them up perfectly, 2 minutes, 58, 56, 55 a couple times, 4-3. Now you're on your 7th or 8th start. So you're looking for one of the best performances for your 2-year-old because you've got the foundation and everything under him. So it's hard for the trainers to control that. You can control it a little better in baby races and qualifiers, as per people are not betting on your product. Once you throw them in the forum, in the arena, the driver's under oath to drive them to the best he can according to their odds. And if people are betting on them, sometimes your 2-year-old ends up out there and end up going a little more than you really would have liked him to see. And that's where you hope you had a great foundation. That's all you can do.
And I think an important thing here at Hoosier Park, any time for a baby, you want them to trot through the wire, but Hoosier Park, absolutely a very unique style of race. You have to do your best work at the end of the mile if you're going to make some money over the course of a season here at Hoosier Park. So even if you are put on the front end, you want to be rateable and just make sure that even past the wire is when they're doing their best work in these qualifiers.
Yeah, that's a great point, that Hoosier Park is a little bit of a unique animal there in the fact that not many places, I don't think any places left racing or have a stretch as long as Hoosier Park. So it is a unique animal in that regard and the style of racing. But much to the contrary, it is a long stretch and it does take a horse that can finish a mile. But, I watch some of these smaller tracks and things like that. The racing style here at Hoosier Park, I think, sets up nicely for a 2-year-old. They're not, the drivers, first of all, do a great job. As you said, once you're in a race, it's their obligation to race the horse but we don't oftentimes see young 2-year-olds in a three wide battle in the first turn, which is to my liking. They race the last quarter mile, and you like to see it. There's some places that go all out from the word go, but Hoosier Park, the racing style, at least in my opinion, kind of lends itself to teaching a horse how to race.
That's something Ron Burke noted too, is that when a horse leaves Indiana, because they've got that good foundation, they learn how to race kind of the right way here in Indiana. They can leave, whether it's the stakes horses or the overnight horses, they're going to go make a lot of money outside of Indiana because they've learned how to race the right way, and they're going to know how to finish a mile.
And you've had a lot of success with a lot of not only Indiana sired horses, but talk to us a little bit, maybe briefly before this race gets started. When you've got a horse that's got the talent, I know you oftentimes talk about this. The first 2-3 times you can tell, you sit behind a horse, you go a training mile with him, you can tell you've got the talent. Talk to us a little bit about managing that and not letting them overstep and like you said, kind of managing a horse. It's one thing to take a horse that maybe doesn't have as much a natural ability, but it's also another thing to kind of protect that natural ability and bring them along the right way.
Yeah, no, those kind that when you're breaking them, that they squat down, take off like you turn the light switch on. That they've got some of the stuff you're looking for early in the going, and so yeah, it's your program, and it's your people, and it's your job to do the best you can professionally to protect them and make his schedule and bring him down and manage him right and give him the right amount of miles or the right amount of foundation, and he can finish. And so you don't need to, it's like having a new Mercedes car. So you don't got to put your foot in the gas pedal all the time. It's there. And you want to save it. And then you want to save it even beyond that to October, when the money's down. So all of that's important. There's some horses that can take a tougher schedule than others, but I think most trainers professionally are looking to get by with easiest you can for your 2-year-olds, so they survive.
And we've been talking about Ron Burke and our man Baldacchino, and they've got the 2 in here, but we're going to kick it off with the 1, and that's Carly Grace. And we also talked about Robert Taylor. This is a 2-year-old filly, $27,000 yearling purchase down at the Lexington Select Sale. Cantab Hall, out of a Cantab Hall mare. She was bred by Alan Troyer, actually here in Indiana. The dam made 32,000, took a mark of 58 and 2. But the first foal was Distant Drums, who made just under 100,000 and took a mark of 153 and 2. So this young filly making her first qualifying debut here for Team Taylor. Again, a $27,000 yearling purchase down at the Lexington Select Sale.
The 2 Pound of Sweet, $135,000 yearling by Trace Teacher, Dry and 4 trainer Ron Burke, daughter of Swan for All, out of a Perfect Crystal, one that Ron Burke trained. She made over $50,000. And this one, a full sister to Pond de Jewel. We saw her in action this spring. She won that Maya Tri Series, looked so good doing it for Team Wren. And this is one Ron Burke wanted to see a qualifier too. He wasn't quite sold, but very, very happy last week. He's worried she's a little bit of a cruise control filly. Wondered how much more he could ask from her, but she looked very, very good out there last time out.
Yeah, and I thought that was kind of an interesting, Ron being very candid talking about her, and she was certainly a surprise. So always interesting to see. The 3 is another from the Robert Taylor barn, a 2-year-old filly by Swan for All, out of a Trixton mare. She was a $33,000 yearling purchase from the family of Fiji, who made $333,000. But this is the first foal of the dam. Another one bred by Bluebird Farms and Daryl Miller.
The 4 Sweetness in Light, Marcus Miller driving for Herb Miller, another daughter of Swan for All. This one out of a credit winner mare that made over $200,000. She's also produced 3 $100,000 winners, including Try Again, who made $250,000, as well as Lil Sweet. 10th full from that mare. This one making his first qualifier.
The 5, this is a Pastor Steven, 2-year-old filly, making her first start, first qualifying debut out of the mare Wheels of Turning, who we've watched race here at Hoosier Park a number of times. The 3rd foal from Wheels of Turning. She herself made $258,000. So this, again, her 3rd foal, sired by Pastor Steven.
6, Mrs. Maybell, Loane Miller driving for Anthony Schwartzentruber, another Ohio-bred daughter of Long Tom. This one, the 2nd foal from a winning Fireworks mare. Doesn't jump off the page. She made about $7,000 as a 210 mark, but nonetheless, 2nd foal, Ohio-bred daughter of Long Tom.
A little bit of everything here. 2-year-old filly trotters. The 2 Pond of Sweet, again, looking to go back-to-back for Team Burke. The other looking, all making their debuts here. We'll send it up to Michael Chamberlain for the call.
Thank you, Emily. We have a driver change on the 1, Carly Grace. Jordan Ross drives the 1, and scratch number 4, Sweetness and Light. Field now in the stretch. Here they come. They are off. Little Bitty Pretty One starts well, as does Carly Grace and Ponda Sweet. Bluebird Tempest tucks in at the inside, and Mrs. Maybell is 5th and last. Going on to the turn, Little Bitty Pretty One in front of Carly Grace, who is racing 2nd. And then 3rd comes Ponda Sweet. After that is Bluebird Tempest, and Mrs. Maybell is 5th, following a quarter of 31 seconds. Going on to the backstretch, and a Little Bitty Pretty One is the leader by 2 lengths. After that is Carly Grace, then Ponda Sweet, Bluebird Tempest racing along in 4th, and the trailer Mrs. Maybell as they're in single file midway up the backstretch. Little Bitty Pretty One still holding on to this lead. After that, it is Carly Grace with Ponda Sweet. They're at the half. The opening half was covered in 1:02, a second straight, 31-second quarter. And Little Bitty Pretty One trying to open up now in front by 3. Carly Grace is 2nd. Then Bluebird Tempest advancing on the outside of Ponda Sweet. Mrs. Maybell is about 8 lengths behind that as they move around the turn. Little Bitty Pretty One still the leader, with Bluebird Tempest advancing on the outside of Carly Grace now. Ponda Sweet is 4th as they move into the stretch. 3/4 time, 1:32-1, 30-1 for the 3rd quarter for Little Bitty Pretty One, still the leader. To the inside is Carly Grace, then Bluebird Tempest, and Ponda Sweet trying to come through on the pylons. Little Pretty One in front, inside the final eighth of a mile. Then Carly Grace and Ponda Sweet with Bluebird Tempest. It is Little Bitty Pretty One, and Little Bitty Pretty One has won. Ponda Sweet second, then Carly Grace and Bluebird Tempest, 2:01 flat.
Little Bitty Pretty One, she's going to get the job done on the engine. 2:01, home in 28-4. That's a pretty snappy last quarter. They are dealing with some wind in the stretch too, so good effort there. Pastor Steven, another one we had a winner earlier this week, making his provincial debut, and we've got another one here, another stallion that didn't get a lot of mares, kind of not the flashiest sales numbers at the sales last fall, but has a couple pop up every now and then.
And be honest, your young trotter is a Pastor Steven. So what did you just say? Come on, Pastor Steven, keep
I just
popping
hope to
up there.
keep seeing them pop up. That's a stallion I keep an eye on for sure.
I think the same for Best in Show. So I've got a few Best in Shows. I got a colt and a filly and a homebred daughter of Best in Show. So I think the same. But we were talking a little bit, and I don't think we're going to see a Best in Show, at least for this portion of the program. But looks like they're going to be all right. So we've seen a few pop up and race okay at Hoosier Park in the fair circuit. And he's already had a number on the fair circuit as well. So looks like he's off to a good start the first crop pacing stallion.
Yeah, it's another one. I think the bettors were the buyers rather were taking a little bit of a wait and see approach because again we just have some known commodities on the pacing side. Best in Show, he's got the best pedigree in the state of Indiana. Sire, a son of Bettor's Delight out of that Hall of Fame mare, put on a show. He won the Meadowlands Pace, very good racehorse against the tough crop that included Bettor's Wish, Captain Crunch, and those guys. So he's got all the tools. Again, I think everyone's just taking a wait and see approach after some of these first crop stallions have been a little tough here of late.
And we talk about it. You talk about the horses down at the Lexington Select Sale. We see a variety of Indiana sired horses, obviously the yearling sale. But talk to us a little bit about your opinion, and you can even go as far as the trotting and pacing. But are you more likely to take a shot with the first crop sire? Or would you, if you had your druthers, and had your pick, would you rather go to a proven stallion, maybe a first foal from a proven stallion, or would you rather take a chance on a first crop sire?
I love first foals from the mare, and I'm not afraid of first crops from the sire. If I liked him and he had a pedigree like that, and so the rewards are in the risk if he turns out. And if he doesn't, then you were wrong.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, I'm usually there's like Jacob said, there's a percentage of investors that are in the hold mood. They don't like first crop sires, and so that takes a percentage. And they're usually as a first crop sire, unless they're some super horse. Their first crop is usually reasonably priced, especially the fillies. For whatever reason, pacing fillies are always at the bottom of the pile. And so a pacing filly by that sire usually is a good buy. Now, if the sire hits, there you are. You got yourself a good deal. And that's one of the parameters as a blue collar investor that doesn't have unlimited amounts of money. That's one of those doorways that you're looking for into hoping that sire does well and you were invested in him. And so, yeah, I'm all about that.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was going to say too. I think we're a smaller operation, so we look more towards the first crop stallions. We've been burnt by it the last couple. I know I was first to crop. Luck be with you, first crop Captain Midnight. We jumped on the Check 6 bandwagon early. Unfortunately, like I said, first crop stallions, it's been pretty tough sledding the last couple of years, but I think we've got a couple coming on, and a horse like Best in Show that's proven both on the racetrack and on the pedigree side of things, maybe a little bit more worth giving a shot.
Yeah, I think Indiana is one of those places too. We're quick to judge a sire, maybe quick to be critical of a sire. But we just talked about it. I mean, Robert was here last weekend, and he's got a Check 6 that he likes. Just because their first year maybe doesn't, produce a Sire 6 champion, I think, like I said, we're a little quick to judge, but it's certainly not out of the question. I know we've had success second and third years with horses like Net 10 EOM or the like. So, we're maybe a little critical on the Sire sides of things. It's, maybe a little easier to do, but just like that, second and third year, sometimes, really good horses come out of the Sire's second and third year crops.
Yeah, well, the breeders, it's you're investing in stock, no different. They're mares. They're trying to predict on, especially on the new stallions, how they're going to sell. Whether you got a colt or a filly, there's a lot of tough decisions for the breeders to make at that time, and so if a sire doesn't do as well as they think he should have, and first of all, most breeders won't breed to a new sire, any sire, more than twice, and they usually shift because if the sire's no good, you're going to take two beatings. It's hard to take three.
Yeah.
So, they usually switch up and wait and see how the sire does. But the first crop is always telltale, and that will, if they have a great crop, always called one of the Indiana syndromes is when a horse like Tell It Like It Is has, unlimited success. He had two crops that were available. His first crop was all speculation. You had to get in. Second crop, everyone wanted one. Third crop,
crop,
everybody, including Jesus, wanted one, and there weren't any to be had because
Nobody
the
bred in.
breeders had shifted over. They weren't sure, and they went to give their mare another stallion, and now they wish they hadn't have. And so it's kind of a funny game in Indiana, but if you make it through the first 3 years, you're set. You're good here, and the breeders will come back. So the breeders are just trying to do the best they can for the mare and for themselves. So a couple of years with a stallion, they usually bail and try someone else.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the thing where Indiana, we do things a little bit backwards. Where if you have a good trotting mare in the state of Indiana, why would you go anywhere other than Swan for
Right.
All? Because he's been so good for so long, and I think that's why we see with some of these new stallions on the pacing side. Why would you go away from Tell It Like It Is, a JK and of an area? You're really going to have to prove it, and if you're not going to get the number of mares and you're not getting the best quality of mares, I think that's part of why it's such an uphill battle for these first crop stallions.
I couldn't agree more. And as you said, it's quite a conundrum, and just all of the complexities that go into that from a stallion standpoint. We sit here and we talk about the brood mares, and as you said, it's so important for them to have the success for their brood mare. But a similar story for the stallions as well. There's so many factors that go into it, and it's really one of those things. I think, particularly in the state of Indiana, that really should be studied as far as what mares they're getting, how they're being supported on the breeding side of things, and what horses they're producing on the racetrack. So really kind of an interesting conundrum, as you said, Jacob.
Yeah, it's something we didn't really know too much about on the stallion side of things. Obviously, we stood Pete his first few crops. He got 40 mares. You're not getting the best. He's had a couple nice ones with what he's had to work with, but it's really a numbers game on the stallion side of things, especially in the state. And once people get a little fickle on you, it's really you're kind of done for.
Yeah, exactly. But I got to give a shout out to him because I know you won't. But he had a number of colts in the sire stakes last night. So as you said, you have uphill battles on the mare side of things. But when you come out and still have 2, 3, 4 colts in the 3-year-old pacing colt ranks in the sire stakes, it bodes well for your stallion.
And I want to talk about that too, Ernie, when you go to the yearling sales of families you've had success with. I know you had a Man with the Plan in last night. He's another one. You had a half brother to him rocking somewhere that you guys had success with. Are you willing to keep going back to the well on mares that have produced for you?
Well, yeah, that's one thing about Indiana for sure. There's a little bit of a proving grounds for the new mares that they're bringing. Again, that's like investing in a new stallion, investing in the mares first foal. God bless Pond Acres and people like that bring Muscle Hill mares to Indiana. And that was a rocking image, some beach somewhere across. And there wasn't many of them in Indiana, and I really liked the product, and I wanted one, and I got one, and he rewarded me. So now, is it the mare or strictly the cross between them two? And this was a JK instead of a rocking image, so I had a little bit of hesitations. But he was a swell-looking colt. But Emily and I, being as cheap as we are, when that horse wasn't hardly bringing a bid, he was $3,000. I wasn't in the bathroom, and
Surprisingly.
so I ended up buying him. And he's going to turn out to be okay. He's going to be a nice little racehorse guy, and we're not going to lose money on him, that's for sure. But I loved the mare. Secluded beach. And so, in Indiana, a lot of times a good mare is a good mare.
And you talked about Pond Acres, and we talk about a good mare, the rail horse in this 9th race coming up. We've got a group of trotters. Dan made $751,000. That's Mystical Starlight. She was a credit winner mare. This is a 2-year-old gutting by Dover Dan. This is her 7th foal, but it's her first time to Dover Dan. He's a half brother to the likes of Jack Rabbit Slims. He was a $17,000 yearling purchase from Pond Acres. Brett Wolfong trains Kyle Wolfong on the bike.
certainly one to keep an eye on there, as we'll throw it up to Michael Chamberlain for the call of the night.
And we have a scratch here of the 2, clear the stage, leaving a field of 6. They are now in the stretch. And here they come. They are off. Aha on the outside away very nicely. Also moving up is Help the Needy. Then third, Let 'em Amy. After that is Sly Help with Ponda Starbuster, and Touch of Ability is the trailer. On the turn and in the lead, Help the Needy. Help the Needy has it by 2 lengths from Aha as they post a quarter of 29-4. Let 'em Amy is next in third. And then after that is Sly Help. Racing in fifth is Ponda Starbuster, and Touch of Ability is the trailer. As they continue up the backstretch, leading the way, Help the Needy. Aha, racing in second. 2 further to Let 'em Amy, then Sly Help fourth. Racing next in fifth, Ponda Starbuster, and Touch of Ability is last through a half of a minute and 4/5. 31 seconds for the second quarter, and going off stride, Ponda Starbuster. Ponda Starbuster on a break entering the turn. It is Help the Needy who has the lead. Next in second, Aha. And then third, Let 'em Amy. After that is Sly Help as they approach top of the stretch. And it is Help the Needy moving to the outside. Aha, trying to advance from second. And then Let 'em Amy with 3/4 up and 132-1 into the stretch. And Help the Needy still leads. Aha, trying to close in on the outside. Third is Let 'em Amy, and then Sly Help. Here comes Aha up to take the lead. Aha now in front as they approach the finish. It's Aha in front, moving up on the outside. Let 'em Amy, and then Help the Needy, but Aha has won. Let 'em Amy was second. Help the Needy in a close finish for third with Sly Help, 2 minutes and 4/5.
And it's going to be Aha getting the job done for trainer driver Jared Finn, one of those sons of On Top of the Hill out of a Holiday Road mare. Interesting cross there, just a $12,000 yearling by. I'm going to rally nicely, 2 minutes and 4/5. That was a good last quarter from him because he was coming from well out of it as well. So love to see that 14 Finn.
Yeah, and the other one, the 6, Let 'em Amy, looked like a professional out there for Team McAuliffe. First try for this colt by Don't Let 'em was a $30,000 yearling purchase, but just one of those that looks like he's already kind of got it put together there.
Absolutely, and a lot of professional horses out there. As it looks like we're going to have our second break. I know we're going to wrap up a little bit early, but we can use this time, the last couple of minutes here, to ask any questions that maybe we haven't so far earlier in the program.
Yeah, as we talked about, again, this is a series that we're going to continue. Next week is the final week. So want to encourage everybody to tune in. And hard to believe, Jacob, you talked about it. We're already into summer, official summer kickoff into the 2-year-old season, but really start to get busy. And, as we're talking about it here, we've got 2-year-olds that got some 1-2 qualifiers, but Indiana Sire Stakes right around the corner for these young 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I think the second week of July is the first round of Indiana Sire Stakes for the 2-year-olds. We had a conference call this week, and I think race secretary Joe Zambito said every week of July we've got some form of Indiana Sire Stakes. I think the 3-year-olds and 2-year-olds are going to alternate all the way through July, so it's going to be an action-packed month all month.
It certainly is. And real quickly before we let you go here, Dad, we'll talk about schedules and the Indiana program as well. And again, jumping right into the Sire Stakes, oftentimes just jump them right, like you said, throw them right off the dock into Indiana Sire Stakes. But it can be a long season. And, we talk about these qualifiers and stuff, and it's important to kind of get those base foundations into them. Because as you said, once you jump into the stakes program, it's all systems go from there.
Yeah, it's time to go. And if you everyone has their ones they like the most and their favorites and so on and so forth, you've just got to judge and gauge. Luckily, again, the program in Indiana, you don't have to go right into the sire stakes of first leg. Maybe you're not quite ready for that. Go in the ISS stuff to try to step ladder it up. The boys don't fool around in the sire stakes. About the second leg, they're often sailing. So you're either ready to compete with that or you're playing catch up, A or B. So, but luckily the Indiana programs got those step ladder events that can get you there eventually. So you just kind of protect your animal as much as you can and gauge where you think they need to be in that program and direct them that way.
Yeah, and we've seen a handful really kind of master where maybe the first half of Indiana Sire Stakes is steer clear, bring them on a little bit slower, and then the last handful of legs, that's where you jump into the deep end, try to rack up those points and come in hot to that Indiana Sire Stakes Super Final. But all kinds of different schedules, and the 10 horses we get in that $250,000 Super Final, they're all going to be on different schedules, but it all leads to the same place.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You talked about March 7. Is she? We didn't really hear from her much early on in the season, right? And it was late. Is she the one that was late? Kind of came on, or she was in the first part of Indiana Sire Six as well?
Yeah, she was pretty good early from the Walter Haynes Jr. barn. I know the Henry Graber Jr., he's got those 3 great fillies in that division. Classical Jane's the one that, she spent most of her time in Nine or One action until about a month out from Indiana Sire Stakes, and she ended up finishing second in that $250,000 final. She kind of came out of the blue. I love stories like that. I love the late bloomers to kind of catch trainers off guard a little bit and don't show it until they all put it together a little bit late. But like I said, there's always going to be the late bloomer. It never fails that jumps into the sire stakes and they're coming in hot.
Well, you can talk about that a little bit. Queen's Reign, we qualified her a few times. It showed absolutely nothing, or not much hope, and all of a sudden the light bulb came on, and the next thing you know, she's in the Indiana Sire Stakes program.
Yeah, she was definitely deer in the headlights when we first came over here. She didn't train great, and she didn't train bad at home, and she was at the place she knew the best, and she was comfortable. She came over here, she wasn't comfortable, and it took thank God, John DeLong jumped on her second. And I said, John, this filly's okay. She can pace. She's just been, hesitant in doing it over here. And luckily she get, like you said, the light bulb went on and she went on. And, I kind of felt like she was a nice filly. No, you're never quite sure how nice, but yeah, that there you go. Again, that's that process, that learning process that you go through, and sometimes a little disappointing at first, but you hold the course, believe in your animal the best you can, and make some adjustments, and a few of those, away they go.
And I think that change of scenery can be what just a lot of them need. They get used to the farm track at home. They're doing the same thing day after day. They can fall into a little bit of a rut at times until they really start to pick up the pace. I know a change of scenery can go a long way. Tarita was one that she was that way. I think Matt threw her down in qualifier just to try her once before he was going to shut her down, her 2-year-old year, and it just clicked for her down here. She went on to win Sire Stakes that year. But I think sometimes just getting them away from home may be the best thing for them.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about the Indiana, the program and the schedules and the different schedules. Just watched trainer Roger Welch go by. Looking forward to watching a little later on in the card. Of course, he said we're going to wrap up here in just a minute, but we're going to see the debut, or actually the second qualifier rather, from a 2-year-old colt from the Roger Welch barn out of that great Voom or Bang mare, who of course was the Indiana Sire Stakes champ winner. Had a one qualifier, and again, you talk about schedules and things like that. There's not many that do it any better than trainer Roger Welch as far as mapping out a schedule.
That and those DeLong homebreds, there's not
That's
a pedigree
right.
that I don't want to dig into. I get so excited every time the qualifier entries come out because I want to pull up Pathway and get to that pedigree as quick as I can.
Yeah, exactly. But we see a little bit of everything a little later, as you said. See Mystical Victress has got one in for Team Davis as well. So some great young talent. Looking forward to watching a little later on in the qualifying program. So.
Yeah, you've also got Full Brother to Can't Touch This. A little bit later on, that's Can't Touch Me there. Another one of those DeLong Welch horses. I know Ricky McCumber Jr.'s got another one I was looking forward to a little bit later on out of that Electric Yankee there, mare that all she did was produce. I think it's like full 14 or 15, and he looked like the real deal when he qualified a couple weeks ago. He opted to take a week off between qualifiers. That's another thing, Ernie, I wanted to ask you. You won a couple qualifiers in the 2-year-old before you drop them in the box. Do you like to go back-to-back weeks? Do you like to skip a week and then try them? How do you kind of map that schedule out?
I like a couple qualifiers for sure, and maybe even a third one, because like I said early in the game, you can control that. Nobody's betting on you. get with your driver and kind of tell them what you want, so you can hopefully get that stepladder effect that you're looking for your 2-year-old. But again, I want to touch. There's no one that invested in the Indiana program more than the DeLongs. And I know they prep those horses and they give them to an all-star trainer like Roger. They've got a great system, but they bred and bought in Indiana hard. They were really the first buy-ins were the DeLongs. So especially happy to see them with the success they're having because they invested a lot of money. They built a farm. They bought some great mares. They put it all in Indiana. So God bless the DeLongs for backing Indiana. And so I'm hoping for Roger and the DeLongs that those horses turn out for him.
Absolutely. And, like you said, Emily, we're approaching noon or we're going past noon. So I'll kind of throw it over to you for any last things before we kind of wrap up for this morning.
Yeah, like we said, I want to thank everybody for joining us. I believe we got just about 100 on the live stream, and we're going to come back next week. I believe I always walk myself into a good corner, but Jamie McCumber is hopeful to join us next week. So again, want to invite folks to join us back next week as we wrap up the Breakfast with the Baby series. Want to thank everybody, our AV crew, of course, Michael Chamberlain, Tony Renz, Dean Gillette, everybody for putting this on, and of course Taylor Owen. Not only does she do the breakfast, but she's also babysitting. So she's pulling a little
job of anyone.
She does. It's a little bit dangerous. I'm sitting here with a microphone in my hand, watching my kids misbehave while on camera. Nobody's sweating any more than me in this particular spot right now.
Same way you were raised, so get over it. You'll be okay.
Yeah,
Thank God for the structure of the horse industry. You're all right.
That's right. But it certainly does lend itself to the family atmosphere, and we are taking full advantage of that here this morning. So again, want to thank everybody. Want to thank Jacob. We'll be back, of course, tonight. We got quite a few that I'm looking forward to watching here in just the next couple qualifiers, and then, like I said, good card on tap tonight as well.
Yeah, looking forward to digging into that Saturday night card. You've apparently gotten the jump. I haven't yet, so I've got a handicap pretty quick here. I'm sure I'm going to be throwing my fastball by about the time we get to the late pick 4 tonight.